Hopefully I should be able to say the title there. But what up, y'all? Got BM, Shadow, what's happening there? Stomachs, Contagious, and Guru. So we will. I am missing a couple of important pieces for UE, so I'm gonna try to farm for a little bit of those for the most part. And whatever I get within the next hour and some changes, so I'll just kind of roll with. I can't do the thing. Here we go. We'll do a hashtag right here. Boom. All right, now we're good. Cool. So everything's up. I'm gonna pull up the game, and yeah, I haven't played D3 in a while. Basically, is 150 doable on all sets. All sets of all classes, or all sets on Demon Hunter. If we're just talking about Demon Hunter, you can do it on all sets with the potential. Well, Shadow would be hard, the hardest to do, because Shadow doesn't have an ethereal, because it's a knife, and they didn't give us a knife ethereal for Demon Hunter. So Shadow can be done, but it'll have to be like at a much higher Paragon, because it doesn't have the seasonal bump power that the others have. So you won't see anybody really pushing with Shadow at all, because if you choose to play this Shadow set, then you're basically playing non-season at the end of the day. So how you feeling? Not bad. Not bad. I did do a lot this weekend. So my body definitely feels it. But outside of that, I'm good. Like, I'm all right. I am functional. Let's see, I need to get my other. What do I do with the glove? Come on. Oh, there it is. It's cause. All right. Whoops. So I'm not really doing a risk I mean, I guess keys is nice too, but I'm gonna search for visions in between. Yeah. So I need an amulet. I need a bracer, and then preferably a better ethereal. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to land that tonight. But we'll see.
I need to go back. Still waiting. I wish I could do that.
Accidental bounty completion.
Still waiting. I wish I could do that.
Back to a Nephilim Rift.
I'm returning to town.
I could just do Temple of the Firstborn every time and reset, but that's kind of boring. If I go straight there every time. Corn Fed, what's going on? Can LeBron carry the Lakers by himself? No. I do think that it'll be interesting to kind of see what he's able to, like. It'll be interesting to see what he attempts to do, because keep in mind, especially ever since Luka, came into the fold, he hasn't really had to do much. Right, which is good for, given his age and the fact that he still plays, well for his age, right? But he hasn't had to do any heavy lifting for a while, right? So it'll be kind of interesting because this might be his last year, who knows? And so what a way to go out than to give it your absolute 100% all, right? Knowing that the other star players are down, right? Austin Reeves is down for a bit. Luka won't be seen until hopefully the first round of playoffs. That's sometime during. So it'd be nice to kind of see what see what you could truly do at your age, and then kind of go out like that.
I am returning to town.
I'm here for it. Right now, I've been the most interested in what Charlotte's been doing, because that's practically where I live, so ish. So to see Charlotte doing as well as they are in the second half of the season, when they have a healthy start in 5, is actually crazy cool. They're also very fun to watch this year too. So obviously they have no shot at making or going for a run for the championship or anything, but it'll be exciting to see how far they can go. Wait, they don't want to give me a visions at all. I'm gonna give me nothing. Am I gonna be forced into Temple? Brandon Miller's a good find, yeah. Well, he was like second overall at the Wemby though, right? So like, no one was gonna take Brandon Miller over Wemby. Was he second or was he third? Was Brandon Miller second or third? Who was the other guy in that top three? That was Brandon Miller, Wemby. Well, Wemby, of course, Brandon Miller, and someone else. Dread, what's up, man? Scoot Henderson, yeah, there you go. That's who it was, yeah. Scoot Henderson, yeah. Because there was Scoot went to the Blazers, but you don't really hear much about him, mainly because he's on the Blazers. But but even then, though, like he's been kind of on and off. There's been other players I think that are more excited than Scoot on the Blazers. So. But yeah. Y'all don't want to give me a vision. I need to see the vision. Eric, what's going on? Kill them all. What's up, sir? How I do? At the moment, just chilling, trying to farm up a few more pieces from our UE set, so I can, just do some sort of pushing with the UE tonight. Whatever I end up with tonight is what I push with, though. Like, I'm not gonna extend it past tonight for the push. We're just gonna do it if it just ends up being what it is. You don't know what the Blazers are doing. Yeah, me neither. And of course, Damian Lillard should be coming back, but I don't see, like, with that current roster, I don't really see how he kind of makes sense or fits into that mold or whatever. But I guess we'll see. Maybe they're keeping it under wraps on purpose. I don't know. Then you have Giannis who wants to play, but Milwaukee keeps wanting to like seat him or whatever, and there's been like issues with that. You're going for the 148 this week? Okay. Giannis wants to play for nothing. But then like, you have to, but you also gotta understand though, like, he's not thinking about his health per se or the potential of getting injured in some like quote unquote worthless game, right? Because they're obviously out of the playoffs. But you also got to think too that people pay their money to go watch these people play. Like, if your star is being set, not because he's injured, but because you don't want him to get injured for next year. Like, that's a big middle finger to the face of your fans. You know what I mean? Like, he plays to play, and like he gets paid to play. So like, the idea of like this whole, benching the guys or whatever like that. I get the business part of it, but as a fan, like as an audience member, that sucks. Right? Like that sucks. Like, which ironically enough, when you think about it, if that's the ideology they're gonna take, then you're gonna have less people purchasing tickets for those games, knowing that he's gonna be seated, and that's less money for the team in the NBA. So, reality speaking, that's not a that shouldn't I think at the end of the day, that's not really a good move to make, unless you're Utah. Yeah, I mean, it's just if he wants to play, let him play. That's my thought. If he wants to play, let him play. I mean, it's not Giannis's fault that they're not, competitive at the moment. So let the dude play. Warriors just Rockets are picking the Warriors right now. Well, yeah, I mean, but that's Warriors are like so underhanded at the moment. I don't even think it's really I mean, we pretty much saw that coming. I'll put it that way. Wait, what happened? Oh, there you go. You had Tatum stashed in your fantasy team, and he came back. So yeah, I was about that too. Yeah, dude, just I was not expecting him until next season. So the fact that like he came back in within 9 months, that's quite the risk. But he is young, so I guess there is that. But that's quite the risk. Granted, modern medicine is better than it has been for, to take care of injuries like that. But still, like, you don't see Halliburton, you don't see Kyrie, Kyrie is also a little older though. And some of the others coming back, like they just kind of just sat out. Then again, I guess there really is no reason for anyone like Kyrie to come back with Dallas being what they are right now. So I guess there's a point. Whereas Boston has a real shot at going deep. So getting Tatum in there ASAP, I guess, makes sense. But in my mind, that's just kind of hella early. So best wishes to him, and hopefully not getting re-injured. Well, I have not seen a single vision yet. I'm in like 4 different areas. Is my account flagged? The Blizzard no. I've completed more bounties on accidents than I've seen visions. Jaylen Brown is almost and thriving was good to see. Well, I don't think anyone questioned that that Jaylen Brown could carry. He's just, obviously the keys in terms of the franchise player was given to Tatum, so of course he has to play second fiddle. But I don't think anyone questioned the idea of him being able to be the man on the team, because technically speaking, he was picked to be the man on the team a year before Jason Tatum got there. So like originally it was kind of his team. And then when they were able to get access to Jason Tatum, it became his team instead. So I'm pretty sure without Jaylen Brown having to say it, there was definitely a chip, on the shoulder. So I don't think he mind Jason Tatum being out. So therefore he can show the rest of the world and prove himself. Like, look, man, I can do the damn thing too, Except Jimmy's hair. All right.
I wish I could do that.
Let's see. All right, we can go straight to temple. Screw this. Game is being difficult. If I don't get a vision in here though, listening to new or BTS's new album, I have not yet. I haven't been. Oh, finally, there we go. Yeah, I haven't. I've been kind of out of the loop with any new music in general. I still gotta get. I still gotta listen to Bruno Mars's new album. And a few others. No, yeah, I've been pretty behind. Also, still got quite a bit of anime to catch up on too. I'm like backlog in like multiple different areas. Jujutsu Kaisen was awesome. Yeah, I'm like on episode 9 of season 3 right now. I guess I'm not too far behind. I was far behind like a week ago. Then I started been watching a little bit. I don't, unless it gets better in the rest of the season or whatever. Like, as always, the fight scenes are amazing because Mappa, obviously the studio is just that damn good. So like you can never go wrong with Mappa, right? But the whole like the games arc though, the games arc is just such like I honestly thought that it was a parody at first because of how badly it was implemented into the story, and also how much time they spent trying to explain the 50,000 different rules and ways to bend those rules, and then it just to me sounded like a parody off of like Tournament of Power or My Heroes games or like some or the Cell games or like other anime that has done sort of things like that, but they was over exaggerated on purpose. That's what it felt like to me. Like, because they didn't lead you into it story wise. It just kind of popped out of nowhere in like an episode. Like, oh yeah, by the way, we're gonna play some games, right? And it's like, wait, what games? And why are we playing said game? And so like once they explained it after like 40 something minutes of an explanation of the game, right? It's like, oh, okay, I guess this is why this is happening. Or whatnot, or I guess this is what the purpose of the games are, but you don't really get the sense of why it was necessary to happen in the first place for the storyline. So now, again, the fight scenes and everything still kicks ass. Like it was totally worth the terrible entry of the games to watch the fight scenes, as always with any map production. But like, I was tempted to just like skip over a lot of like the dialogue on that. I didn't want to, obviously, because I never do like anime. Like I'll watch the whole thing, but like it was just that bad to me. Where I was just like, oh man, like why did they do this? Why? But that's all right. Hopefully it gets tied better into the later episodes, but the season. But right now, while I'm on episode 9, it just kind of seems random at best. The arc itself. But I can't wait for more fight scenes though. You don't like One Punch Man season 3 movie? I actually haven't even seen season 3. I actually didn't even know season 3 was out. I kind of like, I wouldn't say I lost interest in season 2, but season 2 was, animation was so bad that like I just kind of stopped paying attention to what was going on for One Punch Man. Like I knew season 3 was supposed to be coming out, but like, is it? I put it this way: is it any better than like season 2? Like, is it like any better at all, animation wise? And what studio did it, by the way? Is it the same studio as season 2, or all these things matter? How that was going on? You say you grew up to this, man. You grew up to this music, yeah. Honestly, One Piece stories, man. Well, I mean, yeah, but the whole point, the whole purpose behind it is to be a parody. So it's not much of a, there's not much of a deep story that really is just trying to be told here, other than like, you know, put out all the anime tropes and over exaggerate them like as much as possible, right? Which is the whole stick of One Punch Man to begin with, right? So I don't expect anything deep story wise from One Punch Man, and that's fine. But I do expect the fight scenes to be amazing because Mappa did it in season 1, but not season 2. And so you realize that One Punch Man without the fight scenes isn't really that interesting or intriguing. Bro, it is not. Boy, this vision situation is rough. There we go. Season 1 OPM was Map. Was it Madhouse? Okay. Why did I think it was Mappa? You're right. It is Madhouse. I remember now. I'm sad they didn't want to do it in like season 2, man. Like they were so good. Season 2 and season 3 is JC Staff. So JC Staff did season 3 as well. Why? Why did they do that?
Go back.
Yeah, I still gotta catch up on what My Hero, because I haven't seen the last season of that either. I tell you, man, I am behind. But at least that gives me something to do in April. At least mid-April until there is more work to be done for Maxroll and going into the expansion. Where then at that point I'm gonna be super busy. Like unbelievably busy for a while. Invincible animation. I actually have not seen any of Invincible at all. My brother keeps trying to tell me to get on it, but I just never made the move to. Not because I don't think I will like it, but more so of just like I just forget. I forget about it. That's actually what happened with Demon Slayer for a while. Like he would tell me all the time, like, "Yo, you gotta watch Demon Slayer." And like for a whole year and some change, I just forgot, and then I finally like got onto it, and I'm like, "Why did it take me so long? Why did it take me so long to start watching it?" Oh man, but that's how it goes. You will not have fingers until May. Yeah, dude. The funny thing about it is, Dre, is like this is probably like one of the worst positions to be in though, because we're practically going in blind, which as a gamer I love that. Like as a gamer I actually love that in general. But as a guide writer, it is like it is a nightmare scenario. Because not only can you not really pre-plan builds kind of, but then as you find them, you have to like quickly write a guide, or you know, write up the guide or whatever. And so like you pull off your 16-17 hour stream or whatever, and it's like, okay, you've been playing this build, it actually works and it does the thing. No sleep for you, you know, get to writing. Get, you know, because you can't be like days or weeks late behind, you know, other sites also writing too. So you just gotta get on it. Right. So it's a nightmare scenario as a writer, but as a gamer, I love the idea of not knowing everything up front. So it's a love-hate situation right now. Are you doing God 156 this season? No. Nope. I am not gonna grind enough Paragon for that. Nor enough keys for that. Ideally, the plan was to play D3 for 1 week, semi-casually, and then push with whatever we got. And however, as high as we go, that doesn't require super omega fishing, is what we're gonna roll with, and then, you know, call it. And all the ravenous community people will be lost and realize maybe they don't want such an unguided experience. But given the fact that it's an expansion though, like it's not like they're revamping the entire game, right? Like it's not like it's gonna be completely unfamiliar to them. So I would normally say that if like, you know, a new series come out, like let's just say like Diablo 5, and you know, with no information going into it, that's a different story for sure. But for an expansion, I mean, I could be wrong, but from what I've seen, like I feel like it's gonna be a little bit more than what we've experienced in the first expansion in terms of like content and things being a little new, especially the skill tree rework thing. That's a really big deal. But I can't imagine it feeling so brand new, I guess. Unless they, you know, again, they were hiding, you know, some really important details that they didn't reveal yet or something, like a complete rework of how damage works or something. Like then it's going to be like, then it'd be like, oh, okay. You know, maybe like a huge stat squish we didn't see coming or something, you know, like those kind of things. Your skills, no passives, key passives. What can I queue? What seals, charms I use, etc. But I mean, I guess the thing is that like I look at the other stuff like seal and charms and stuff being more like what I see runes are, and I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Maybe they have more of an impact than that. But I look at how runes are and see that there was little depth behind that. I mean, I'm not saying runes are terrible by any means, but like they aren't really game changing, if that makes sense. So I'm going in with the mindset that this other stuff isn't necessarily game changing either. Like it might just be like small, you know, effects to a build, but it may not change the way you build. It's just like more damage ish in some kind of way. I want to be wrong. Like I want to be wrong about that, but remember, it's all like it'll be all for those except those who know the. Oh, okay, I see what you mean now. It's perspective. How many people read something that's so simple yet questioned every season? Fair. That's fair.
I wish I could do that.
X-Pack is just getting more stash tabs. I mean, the two things I'm looking forward the most is the skill tree revamp and solo self found. Although I don't think solo self found is going to come at the expansion. It will at some point down the line, but they acknowledge that it is coming. So like that's what I'm excited for. So that and that, and I guess you could say the loot filter too. Would be kind of nice to have. Everything else is just kind of like icing on a cake, but the skill tree is, to me, is like the biggest deal. Because I want to do something different. I'm tired of the way the rogue meta has been based off of exploiting whatever bug there is to do fun damage. Like I want something different. So found better not become a hostage to the tower for too much longer. I wonder if they will like. I wonder how much revamping they're gonna do at the tower, because right now it's in a pretty piss poor state, and a lot of partners have expressed their discontent with tower. And it's funny because it's like the discontent that they express is a very thing that I expressed when tower first came out in general. Where I was just kind of saying like this is gonna be pretty atrocious for a long time, because we're just taking literally the D3 route and trying to shove it into a game with completely different underworkings of mechanics. Stray Kids, yeah. Flaps, yep, this right here, this song. In general, like they have so many bangers, man. But yeah, I think like after playing some more, like, you know, or going back and playing D3 and like actually pushing in D3, even with the complaints I still have about pushing in D3, like the experience is so much better pushing wise in D3 than it is in like D4. Like it's like not even close to how good it feels. Like it might look like they're similar, but like to actually play the tower versus playing, you know, high GRs in D3, they feel like a completely different experience. One feels pretty polished, which is the D3 version, and the other just feels like I can't even explain what it feels like, but it just feels awful. forgot. I also got to farm screams. Not screams, but gems. Or augment things. How many, like about 8, 9 roughly. I just gotta do it. I can't pick up. But I guess to Dread, I don't know if you're still there. Segue into something a little slightly different, or I guess going back to the skill tree thing. Given the amount of complaining we've done about how the skills feel and those kind of things. Oh wait, went the wrong way. Like the fact that there's been little done to any of the skills really over the course of the first expansion, you know, means that I better see like some like banger reworks in this upcoming expansion. Because some skills and stuff has been like really bad for way too long. So my assumption is y'all were working on that in the second expansion, and like it needs to just feel a lot better. Let's just put it that way. Best thing to do is treat the tower like CRs in D3. Hate that the fact that I'm saying yet another D3 thing being ported over. But have the maps be standardized like Gauntlet with their real care to set them whatever difficulty level and have certain mods and fixes heavily reduced to RNG. I mean the map via the map, make the player skill handling the map so some form of player skill can shine. I think honestly I think so I'm not against what you just said with that. I do think that the competitive community will get bored with a stagnant sort of type thing. Although it's kind of what we want, right? The competitive community would want such stagnant, you know, whatever. Like, but ideally we would be, you know, bored of that quite quickly in a sense. But I will say that like the challenge rifts in Diablo Immortal would be a nice thing to do in D4. Like I would rather follow more of that formula than the D3 than the formula that they have right now for D4. I actually thought the challenge rifts in like Immortal were actually like pretty well done for what it was. Well, the competitive community also wants a weekly 2-week cycle, and that's also a. Do they really though? Like I'm not saying that they're not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is, do they really want that? Because I can see that with like Gauntlet, like how Gauntlet was, right? That it makes sense for that to be the case. But the way that tower is right now, do you really want a 1-week reset? Like, people can say they do, but let's be honest. Like, how many people in the current iteration of tower is going to want to push and be incredibly frustrated with the tower experience every single week just to maintain their spot or rank or whatever? Like, tower is not fun. It's not something you do all, like, you know, that you would come back to do, like come back to the game to do every week. It's not fun enough for that. So like what's going to end up happening is that you'll have some people who would do some like really crazy clears, right, for 1 week. but they're not going to fish for that again the week after that, and the week after that, and the week after that. People aren't going to want to fish like that. It's a little different in D3, which, you know, makes more sense than D3 because it's like you get that one really good clear and you play it really, really well. It sticks for the entire season, and people can kind of like try to beat that and take a season to try to beat that clear, right? Whereas like if someone gets incredibly lucky, you know, with the right whatevers, right? You know, people only have a week to challenge that clear. And that might not be long enough for a lot of people. And then that clear goes away after that week, and it's like that same person who tried to fish for that crazy clear may not play the following week. So now you have less competition going in the following week, and then the following week, and then the following week, until about a month and a half in, and you barely have anyone really truly competing on the tower at that point because people aren't going to want to do that fishing again. So like I hear you, and I've heard the same thing, that people would want a weekly reset, but I don't think people really truly understand what they're asking for. Like at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's like, I know this is cliche, but it's like you think you want it, right? Until you're rank 1, right, for 1 week, and it took you an enormous amount of attempts and tries and frustrations or whatever, and then you have to do it again the week after that and the week after that. Like, I don't know. Like, you're not gonna do that. Big old drunk, you appreciate the follow. Yeah, you think you do. Most people know. Yeah, it's just like I may mention that. I made mention to that, and you know, in terms of my feedback is concerned, I'm like I just don't see Tower being enticing enough for people to want to do every week. It's just not, or people want to like seriously try. So the end result is going to be people just being less competitive over the weeks, because the people who were truly competitive will drop out after the first or second. Like, yeah, like ultra competitive people, right? Like, you're not going to try as hard the following week or the following week and whatnot, just because it's going to get reset. And you know damn well the casuals are not going to do that every week. Like some that might be okay with their, them being ranked like 200 or 300 or something on, or I don't know. I don't know how far the ranks go down, but like someone who might be okay with their 80-ish rank or like that, may not want to sit there and do that again the following week, or may not have time to do that again for the following week, right? So it's just gonna end up with less competition over the time frame. And it's like, do people really want less competition over the season? Potentially. I mean, already people are going to drop anyways as the season goes, but do you want to have additional reasons to drop throughout the season? Is my question. You make good feedback for D4. You just have the real top, which does listen to you, because we don't want D4 to become D3.5. But I appreciate the compliment. But yeah, I am kind of on the train of it not just becoming D3.5 as well. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there are some good things that work pretty well in D3. But last time I checked, I bought D4 for it to be D4. It was not marketed as D3.5. That is not where my money went. Oh, but wait, that's not what I signed up for. I'll put it that way. I did not sign up for D3.5. Not that I would have an issue with D3.5, but if that's what you're gonna do, make that clear. Make that pretty clear. Otherwise, it just looks like you are running out of creative ideas and you're just taking the easy way out by taking systems that work somewhere else and trying to make it work for D4. So we'll see. Good thing D2 hard got updates. With my fully equipped rogue, it took me 3 minutes to get a pylon in the tower. Yeah. I don't know, man. Not gonna be warlock build guy ready. I am not. No sir. No sir. That would not be me. Already have my hands full with rogue and whatever the new skill stuffs are gonna be. Not to mention, actually, you know what's funny though? Like warlock actually has quite a few demon hunter skills. That's how you know the game is really like getting a lot of influence from its predecessor. Like it's like 3 skills on warlock that legit reminds you of demon hunter.
I need to go back.
Rogu, never heard of Alright. But you did have a point on the challenge drift thing, Dread. I read it but didn't respond. That's a good point. I didn't think about it that way. I just remember it being pretty well done in terms of just actually playing it. Versus what my expectations were. All I know is that I actually wanted to do it. Not put it that way. Did I come from the top? I did. Oh, I'm bad. I just ran my if they have to go fire like Arsenal for the full broadside. You should design the game like Dark Souls and make you mad on purpose. You know what's funny? Like D4 was supposed to be a over-the-shoulder game, like a third-person view type game initially. They spent the first couple of years doing that before ultimately deciding, nah, let's scrap this and go isometric again.
I'm still waiting.
Oh yeah, I remember when you did it too. Yeah, Dread. I remember. I remember. Yeah, it was. I guess that just kind of goes to show, like, how given. I know we say this all the time, but like given the examples of what we had in the past, how did we get to tower? When you think about all the examples that we had in the past, how that was done, the mistakes that were made, the improvements that were done, the different iterations in Diablo 4 in terms of like Abattoir Azir and then the pit and whatnot. How did we get to tower from all of that? You know what I'm saying? Like how did the tower in this current iteration be the end result of all of that experience between the games for doing a type of content like that? Is my question. Like I get the fact that tower is still in beta, right? But I guess would assume I guess would assume that with that much data, how did we literally end up with tower in this current state? I don't fully understand it. Or understand it at all, really. I wouldn't say fully. I don't understand it at all. Like, given the data of previous attempts, previous games, that you can literally speak to different teams about such and such. Like, the tower should have came out in a much better state. Beta still, sure, but but the ground workings should be learning experiences from every other time this was attempted, and it just doesn't feel like it literally feels like it's brand new, like the team is trying something brand new. That's what it feels like. It's trying, like it's like you're trying something brand new with practically a port of Greater Rifts into Diablo 4. And the sad part is that there is content that is fun, that's engaging, that's mostly fresh, right? That they could have like experimented with in terms of making that their, meta progression type thing. But instead of building upon that and making something a little bit more interesting, they chose to do what they did. Which is why, like, sure, Gauntlet failed, but I appreciate the fact that they actually made the attempt to do something different. Like, I'm glad they actually went for it. Because that, at that point showed us like, okay, they're trying to do something cool and different. Sure, it didn't work out, but that's fine. Stuff happens. But like, at least you made the attempt to give us something we haven't had before. Corvette. Tower has a lot of D3 vibes without the solo D3. Like I was saying before, like the gameplay interworkings of D3 is just so different. The reason why the push works is, I wouldn't say it's seamless. There's definitely some problems with Greater Rifts. It ain't perfect. It definitely has its frustrating problems. But the reason why it was bearable up, at this point now, has a lot to do with the way game D3 is actually played, the way that the mobs interact, the monsters interact, the gameplay. Like, has been eventually over time, over the years, I'll say curated is like the wrong word. It has eventually over time been updated to fit the game itself, like what the game is good at doing. And so, like, even if fishing is still frustrating, the process of finding something you like that's really good. Actually, it was actually pretty good. I would have been like a great starter, Ballista back in the day. But anyways, yeah. So like, even though the frustration of that is still there, playing a good riff is still really satisfying, and completing a hard riff with all the different types of things you can do in D3 is still satisfying. Like, it's satisfying to do, and it's fun to do it once you have the right scenarios. What Tower is missing is, what Tower has is all the fishing, all the frustration, but none of the actual fun in terms of playing it. Like, it's complete frustration from the beginning to the end of the tower, on top of the frustration of fishing for what you wanted for the tower. Why? Because the game affixes, like the elite affixes, the underlying gameplay elements of the game just isn't really built for trying to gather enemies like that and in the same way that D3 was. It's just not. It just doesn't feel nearly as good to do it. So in order for Tower to really work, you have to literally change what Tower actually is to fit how D4 functions, or change D4's core functional gameplay. Both of them, well, the latter would be much more difficult to do. But yeah.
Not ready yet.
DD's not great, but all classes can be hardest content. That's a spot all action RPGs should be in. It also depends on the season too. There are, and also Paragon, right? Paragon can almost band-aid fix a lot of things that, or can hide problems. I'll put it that way. Like this season, you like, especially with different sets, but like some seasons, like you need quite a bit of Paragon with some classes to do the hardest content. So like, but D3 is, they've done over the years, they've done a pretty good job of, you know, giving us options and choices kind of to push with, in a sense. Wait, you can get a Primal Ethereal? Yes, you can. You can custom Primal it too, which is what I did there. For example, we said we hated Paragon and farming it, yet the top brass would do sub 800 pushes or 3K pushes, 4K pushes, 5K pushes. That sends mixed signals. GRs being the only thing, of course, blasters would learn them. But is that what was actually wanted? Devs go bet. And we get Nightmare Dungeons. It was the initial pit, etc. Well, that does go into a slightly different area of the topic, where it is people do stuff because there's nothing else for them to do despite hating the thing that they're doing. Right? So, for instance, like a lot of people don't like Tower right now. People didn't like pushing pit for the past, you know, X amount of seasons. Like there's been a lot of frustrations with that, but people do it anyways, right? So like people talk about it, people base their guides and stuff and their whatchamacallit about how high a pit can push. So yeah, the devs do kind of get the idea. It's like, oh, well, pit is very important, or high push is very important, so we're gonna focus on making sure that that's a goal or an objective for certain types of classes or builds. When in reality, not a lot of people really like the idea of pit pushing at the time, and definitely not Tower, but people do it anyway. And that's actually partially the reason why you don't see me do much of anything with Tower right now, because I don't want to be that guy that just, you know, completely complains about a mode and then yet play it and then promote it all the time. He was like if I truly don't like something, I need to just not play it. So the you know, the team can be like, oh, this is not popular. People aren't playing it. But if I am playing it and I'm contributing to it, then I'm also part of the problem. Pay to win is exactly like that too as well. You know, when there's like whales and stuff like that, but it's like a lot of people don't really like pay to win games, right? But then also spend money to pay to play, right? Or pay to win. So it's like people might feel, oh, well, it's a necessary evil, but like if you continue to do it, then the company doesn't have any reason to change the model, right? If only the whales pay to win, then they may not have enough money to be able to sustain said product, and then things will change. The reason why pay to win is so popular is because it makes a lot of money, despite how much we complain about it. Enough people do it. So companies are like, all right, well, cool. Well, we're just gonna keep pushing this in your face, despite the fact that you complain about it, because there's enough of y'all still spending money, right, on the product. So we're just gonna keep pushing it because you keep giving us money. So all right, cool, bet. But I find the tower to be kind of the same thing. You know, whereas like that's why I mean I didn't even touch tower this season. Like I refuse to play it until it's in a state in which I can enjoy myself in some form or capacity with. But I'm not gonna walk around and spend half my time playing tower, something I hate. But you are right though. Like this is a different conversation to have with it. But I mean, I do think that at that point it starts to become more about communication than anything else. Gamers might do one thing, but then also say another. And then you also got to look at the context of what's happening and why people are doing what they're doing. Like for a while, pit was the only thing we had for comparing our gear, or you know, testing our gear, or you know, how far we've got with that character. It's not that people wanted to do pit or push pit all the time. It's just that there was nothing else to do to show your character strength. So people dealt with it, not because they enjoyed it, but because there was nothing else. And they wanted to validate their, you know, people want to validate the time they spent by doing something hard. And all we had was pit. Right? So, same thing with Nightmare Dungeons, right? Like people complain initially at the start, but it was all we had. Right, that was it, and Lilith, of course, but that's a whole different thing. I said I will stop spamming. Nah, man, you're good. You're not really spamming. They just scrapped it all and said let's go to D3 realm. I mean, kind of, yeah. Kind of. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sort of type route for the expansion or for the game. Come on, visions. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start leveling up my or get my augments. After this, we'll do some screens. And then look at my inventory, see what we got for gear. We'll try to reforge a couple of things, see if I can get something good. And then we roll from there. What's the difference between cluster and multi? Are we talking about M6 or like Marauder, or are you talking about like Marauder versus Unhollow Essence?
I'm still waiting.
M6? They're actually pretty close. They're actually pretty close in performance. However, when it comes to seasons like this, because Marauder kind of has an extra legendary slot they can choose, in a sense, it puts Cluster Arrow a bit ahead of Multi-Shot because you can do different things. Like you can do, what was I gonna say? You can do Odyssey Zen if you want. You can do Fortress Ballista. You can do Dawn. You can because you're pretty much getting the Yangs fixed for free this season. Whereas for multi-shot, you kind of need that anyway, as is. So yeah, Cluster Arrow this season definitely is a bit ahead of multi-shot because of that. You get we get a free legendary slot basically. Am I punching yet? Oh, you mean pushing? I'm trying to gear for it now. I'm about to in like 30 to 40 minutes roughly. I gotta get some gems, some gem ups too. 3,300. So bad. Also, I'm hoping for a better ethereal too. My ethereal for pushing UE is quite mid. And I have enough primordial ashes to do one custom primal. I don't know if I'm gonna do it on a weapon or do I want to do it on an amulet, because I don't have an amulet.
Still waiting.
Or a decent amulet. So I could do it on an amulet and be guaranteed to get an decent amulet, or I can do it on the weapon and hope and pray I get something like decent, or I get the right legendary ethics. You miss ID and items? I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me. I actually didn't even think about it until you said something. But yeah, we do ID items, don't we? In D3. Yes.
overburdened. I need to go back.
Guess I can't salvage everything, so there's nothing here I can pick up. Entire action RPG is about loot. Of course, we need to ID it, like in good old D2. What's funny though, Drunky, what brought me to Diablo 3? Because I didn't really play Diablo 2 back in the day, so like I actually started with Diablo 3. I was a strategy game player before then. But
I've got some brand new goods you might be interested in.
what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So what brought me to D3 was the combat. The combat felt so good. Like especially like for the time frame, like when the game came out, the combat was like second to none. Like nothing was even remotely close. And so it just felt so good. So like I didn't even care as much about the items at the time as I did about how smooth the combat really felt. Like that was the biggest draw for me. Like I knew the items were terrible in vanilla D3, but I was okay with that because the combat was so good. Despite the fact that action RPGs are literally about the items, right? But D3 did something different for me. We're all here. I hated D3 when it came out. Played for 2 weeks. Got to Inferno and got one shot. I actually kind of so. I feel like the difficulty was fine, but I did feel like being able to prepare for that difficulty was horrible. Like, the gear you needed to do said stuff without some sort of like exploiting in a sense was always the act after that you need. So like you needed like Act 2 gear to do Act 1 and Act 3 gear to do Act 2 and vice versa to do it comfortably. So the way the items were dropping was just not like feasible to try to do the content with. But I felt like the difficulty itself was fine. They just botched how we got our items like big time. Big time. But I will say that the one thing that allowed D3 vanilla to be fun for me at the time, despite the fact that the items were so bad, and of course the combat, was the fact that because the items were so bad, it meant that it was easy to kind of make our own builds because the items didn't matter as much as trying to synergize, you know, skills and talents and stuff. And like the damage just wasn't so over the top at the time that, you know, like we can really see what our numbers were and like what our builds were actually doing, etc. So like I enjoyed that part of it. I made several different custom builds myself or whatever for the community and as well, and you know, I really missed that. So yeah. So ironically, all the items being practically bad made for a lot of different builds to make and play. Focus hit and damage. Yep, that's it. So the most freedom we had in terms of build making was when the items were at its worst. Ironically enough, actually, I wouldn't even call it ironic. It just makes sense. If all the items are bad, all you have were skills to put together, right? So, yeah, it makes sense why we had so many different types of flares or builds and stuff. The weird multi-class. Yep, running Ina's too, or two-piece Ina and stuff like that. Two-piece Ina, two-piece Nats or something like that was. Can't remember. It was kind of fair, and then also how ugly they looked too, because of course, we couldn't transmog yet, so like. Ina's pants were like the worst looking pants ever, like ever. And there'll be some people who literally just won't choose that option because it just looks so bad. It's like, I am not having my character look like that. I don't care if this is the best option. You got a couple of regular ones, yeah. Is potent cake a potent coke? Okay, is that like your friend? Is that a? D3 is kind of good at the moment, but I don't want D4 to become this. Maybe newbie. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just surprising to see people to see players that haven't played this before, I guess, or haven't played this much before in a sense. So it always kind of shocks me. It's like, oh yeah, there are some people that sometimes kind of come over every now and then and be like, I want to try this in a sense. Especially when you see streamers play it and it's like, hey, why are you about to D3 for? All right, we're gonna now do screams. So I kind of want to do a multi-shot. Multi-shot. I don't have a helm for it, do I? Guess that's fine. Just throw a random helm. Oh, this one has on it. We'll just throw that one in. We need a what? This here. Yeah, that's about it. Gotta make sure I just don't get whopped because my damage is, my toughness is like it's a none with this. Okay, so what else do I need? Oh yeah, screams. This is the main ingredient. I'm about to make this stuffed chicken. What do I need? Oh yeah, chicken. That makes sense. I could also go cold. Plus the arrow for this too, but they're also like CC immune too, so probably not. Should I upgrade my Ethereal Baristas to Primal? Is it worth it? It just depends. Depends on how bad yours is that you currently have, and whether or not like you have a decent amulet already or a decent quiver if you're playing Demon Hunter. Already at 125. Wasn't paying attention at all. Yeah. Usually I like to custom promo the Ethereal early just because it's a big damage boost. So like if you're like low Paragon or you're still trying to gear like that will help you gear high or do higher GRs and faster per se for gem ups and stuff. But it just depends though. Like maybe you have like a knife series that's pretty bad or whatever like that. Like but getting a a custom primal can make a big difference for your knife series for like the legendary effect. Finally. I think that is all goblins. The quiver is good. Yeah, so at that point, I would just do the weapon. Like, you think your Barisa is good besides the rapid fire buff. What passive do you have on it, and what's the actual like number on it? Like the damage per second number. I don't like to necessarily go by that all the time, but I can get a decent idea of where your Barisa is at. I guess in that case, you might want to look for an or you might want to primal or a custom primal amulet then. 3626. Yeah, I probably I would do the weapon. Anything I would consider anything below like 3800 as like kind of mid. Yeah, do the weapon. You will see a pretty big increase in your damage. And hopefully you might get a passive that you can use. Perfectionist is not something that you really want either, so the legendary affects and the passive isn't really that useful for you. Yeah. I would do it on the Barisa. Do you have any others though? Like do you have any backups? Like I wouldn't. I'll just put it to yeah. Just do it. Just do it once. That's probably the best advice I can give it to you. Just do it once on that Barisa. If you find another or whatnot, like I will hold on to them if you want to continue to keep making them because you want to like you promoted them. Okay, cool. What'd you get? Why do I keep putting the screens back into my inventory? It's so weird to me. Oh, okay. So Blood Vengeance isn't really that. It's okay for. Well, I'll say Blood Vengeance is better than Perfectionist for like key farming and stuff. But the Frenzy, what you got, is actually really good for speed farming in general, because that means that you're gonna move rather quickly. Which is really good for speed farming. So that's not only did you get a better legendary fix, but you also got big deeps in the damage department. So good stuff. Great for pushing too. Not for God 6, no. For cluster arrow, yes. Like it's just cluster arrow, yes. God 6, no. No, it is frenzy. But you don't want that for God 6 for pushing. Not for pushing. Like the extra speed isn't really gonna help you with anything. And the attack speed you gain to try to reach the different breakpoints isn't gonna change anything, because technically speaking, with the two-hand crossbow with one attack speed affix or whatever already push you at the best breakpoint to begin with. So the way the breakpoints kind of work on that can be a bit complicated to understand, but it's not more attack speed, better breakpoint type thing for God 6. Doesn't work like that at all. Here's Red, what's going on? Appreciate the sub. Okay, so I was using blood as a pick passive. What should I swap with it now? Well, if you're just speed farming, like GR speed farming stuff, ambush is good. Ambush, cold awake, steady aim, tactical advantage would be the 4 that I would use. Oh, sorry. No, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. Not steady aim. Go because you're probably not gonna keep that up as well. So go ambush, archery, tactical advantage, cold awake. It's a new season. It's ethereal season for D3. Yeah, started like about a week-ish ago. I haven't played D3 in a while, so I figured I'd hop on and do some stuff. Ambush, cold, attack, and what else? Archery. Archery. I would steady aim is good, but it's kind of hard to recommend it if you haven't been playing a lot of Demon Hunter in the past. Because typically speaking, you're probably going to naturally run through enemies, and so you're going to get less value out of steady aim than someone who might have been playing this set for a long time. Oof, that hurt. Oh, you play as on Demon Hunter? It's pretty much your main. You didn't play much God 6 back in the past, or did you play a lot before the set came out? Oh, what was I doing? Okay, okay. Well, there, yeah, okay. All right, well, because like the questions you were asking made it sound like you were like newer to like the Demon Hunter or newer to God 6. I'll put it that way. But I got you. But no, I still would do the 4 passes I was telling you about for the week: archery, ambush, tactical advantage. You could probably sub away tactical advantage for steady aim if you want, but I think the speed, especially early on, is going to be more beneficial to you. clearing, like getting through faster is going to be more beneficial than steady aim for now. Now for pushing, I would swap tactical for steady aim, but. All right, Dread, you have a good one. I gotta stop putting that in my inventory. I'm gonna push until I get into the Breezer. You can primal. You have a Breezer that you primal in now, right? Or I mean, you can push with the one you have technically if you wanted to. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But that is if you're not gonna do like a super big push or whatever.
I can't do that.
But yeah. I was definitely gonna come back this season for Gaudi Age, yeah. I just like the chase for ethereals. I found them quite fun. I didn't get the best of luck with gear though, unfortunately, this season. For the sets that I want to play, I put it that way. I'll see if I'm stutter stepping for when I'm actually pushing on UE. Come on. Yeah, I can also reuse some of the old gems I know I'm not going to use. Like, I can like reuse my God 6 gems for augments. Because I won't be doing God 6 anymore. Done with the season. So I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? I hate that. I just said that. 8. I would need 8, I think.
I've dug up some new ones for you.
I prefer to at least get my Satchel Primal and an Ancient Neck. Gotcha. Yo, bro, I couldn't get Ancient. So when I was pushing, I couldn't get an Ancient Satchel nor an Ancient Neck at all. I was running with both, like non-ancient for both of those. Not by choice. It's just it just did not get lucky. And I've been gambling like quivers like all season basically, and could not get Ancient Satchel that was worth, even like remotely close to being worth it. In fact, even for my UE push, I'm gonna do, it's gonna be a non-ancient DML too, which unfortunately is like annoying that it's that way, but it is what it is.
Hello there.
I'm overburdened.
Such a brave soul. That will look nice on you.
I've gotten some pretty decent non-ancient ones. See, this is like, I get stuff like this on my Satchel all the time. The roll range is so big that it's just so hard to get. It's so hard to get a good satchel. Got 150 different like legendary percent ranges, which is actually insane. Lady of the Forest, what's going on? Did I push Marauders? Yeah, that was 2 days ago. Stopped at 148 just because my Marauders gear is pretty bad and I didn't feel like farming anymore. So, not to mention the set I really want to play is UE. So I was like, screw it. Like if I was gonna be playing this for like another like week or two, I would totally go ahead and do the 150 on that and God 6, but today's practically the last day for me. How'd it go as a playstyle? Okay, the same as it's been for a while. I mean, it's basically sentries. All your damage comes from sentries. I just don't like how the AI, especially with cluster era, like it always targets the weakest mobs or whatever. So like, and the fact that the damage is so focused, it just makes it seem like you're missing a lot on targets that you really want to hit. So it's strong. It's just annoying sometimes, especially on bosses with ads, because like the sentries will all target the ads because the ads are weaker than the boss. So pushing with it can be rather frustrating. Because the damage is kind of all over the place. But yeah. Other than that, though, I mean, it feels good to play though. Like the booms are fun to watch. You keep getting Primal for Marauders. Well, I mean, it is my Marauders is Demon Hunter's strongest set this season. So with the Ethereals. So it depends on how you want to go. But God 6 is actually really strong too. So like you don't necessarily have to play Marauders if you want to get a decent rank on the leaderboards. But Marauders would make it a little easier to get a higher rank. Just a little easier. For context, my God 6 Demon Hunter gear is actually pretty decent. It's pretty good. I stopped at 147 on God 6, but I stopped at 148 on Marauders. So I'll just kind of leave it at that for you. Your gear stuff is pretty bad. The game always gives you things that you're not wanting, but the things that you do want, the game's like, nah. Always, right? Or use shield or pierce. Well, I strafe weave a lot, so I reset my own breakpoint every time I strafe weave. So the Vala's pierce doesn't really do anything for me. Because I reset my own breakpoint anyways back to the best breakpoint possible. So I prefer shield because of that. And I'm also pretty decent at keeping up scores too with the shield, even if it is a pretty thin shield. Getting like maybe a 2 or 3 ranks of squirts up on average is like worth like a GR and a half of damage. So it kind of makes me play better, or forces me to play better. kind of upgraded man songs. Oh man. I should have got my conduit first before I did that. Another guy was gonna go all over the place. I don't know if I got them all. There we go. Alright. I think we got them all. Alright, run out of time. Got a max roll ethereal with 3% shield, non-primal. Yeah, that's a good. That's good. Yeah, I think this is enough. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I have 7, 8. And this gym will be 9. Okay, so I should have enough, yeah. Let's actually put it in a whole new stash though. Then the Forester gem is 9. Alright, so we're gonna test our luck with, see if we can get a better ethereal. And then see if we can actually get an amulet, because my amulet is garbage for the UE set. So it's been a while too since I've actually done it with Ethereum, so wonder if I'll have the resource cost reduction to do it properly with the shield. Guess we'll see.
Anything could happen. Do you think?
I can't carry anymore.
What Paragon for God Clear 150? Depends on stuff like that. Depends on how well you know the maps and the build. Like if you're someone who pushes a lot, like the top clears for like a lot, then you can get away with doing it with a bit less Paragon. So like for instance, like you could probably do a 150 on God 6 with about 3k Paragon. Well, under that, probably like 2600 Paragon, but like you'll be fishing for like crazy amount. You need RCR, not for God 6, no. Not like that, no. You'll be fishing for like the 1 in a million rift for it. Nice. So, but like that's like players who've been doing it for like a while and like kind of like truly knows the ins and outs of like pushing or whatever. If like for, I would say like the typical player, you're probably going to need about 3,500 4K Paragon for a shot at 150 with God 6. But yeah. And even then, it might be pretty difficult because God 6, because like fishing with God 6, there's so many bad affixes that learning how to like fish properly and knowing when to not play a rift, I think is more important on God 6 than a lot of the other sets on Demon Hunters for this season. Like if you get a couple of illusionist packs, you're done. Like it's a reset. You get too many wallers, it's a reset. Like those kind of things. Like there are some things that are just not as bad on other sets, but terrible for God 6. Appreciate it, Saint. Appreciate the sub. So that's why I said it's hard for me to give you like a clear cut answer. You know, I can't say, oh, you reach this amount of Paragon, you can do it. Like that wouldn't be true. Okay, so I can roll physical. If that's non-nature, but I can at least roll physical on it. Uh, my UE chest look like. This has physical resistance on it. Mm, trying to figure out which chest I want to use. This is more defensive oriented, so I kind of want to go for this because that physical resist is actually damn good. Um, all right, and UE helm. A booster kind of okay, but we'll kind of see. All right, so this is. Hold on, let's see what we got for quivers. There's that one. I actually prefer this one. Even though it might put me down one breakpoint, but that's okay. We'll get the speed thingy and then we'll be fine. Bone? Yeah, I already rolled that one already. I'll move to was just gears for some guns. Okay. Well, yeah, wizard will be. You can do you can do the 150 the fastest this season on wizard for sure. I mean, technically, if you know what you're doing, you can do that 1300 paragon. Um, but yeah. Also, meteor has less issues with mobs. I'll put it that way. Like the situation, the bad situations for meteor is not nearly as bad as it is for God 6. I'll put it that way. Okay. So this is the best course I have. Unfortunately. Actually, probably not. This would be the roll crit chance on that. I want to roll physical so bad, but I don't I'm not gonna do it over crit chance. Because unfortunately, my focus and restraint don't have crit chance. So I'm kind of stuck. I would have rolled the dex off, but I can't. I think that's it. That's all the gear stuff. Let's just go ahead and pop that in here real quick. And then weapon, of course. Okay. All right. So what do I need to do here? I have area damage here, area damage here. Almost considering doing just keeping this as keeping the resource cost reduction and then rolling like cooldown reduction. Or rolling the dex off for cooldown reduction. I think that's the play here. Although I guess I could do area damage here too, but I think the cooldown reduction is gonna matter more. Them all's good peoples. Here to get the 8% though. not get the 8%. So I'm gonna take up all my souls though. I want to at least try to get me a better something with reforging. But that 1% is actually kind of important. Come on. Thank you. Alright, this off for also cooldown reduction. No, to do cooldown reduction still.
One time, I miscast the charm spell, and Sister Liza was fawning over me for a fortnight. It was mortifying.
Goof on this multi-shot though. There you go. I'll deal with the 14%. I need to do vitality here. I can at least try to roll a bigger version of that though. Oh man, reduces damage from elites. That's actually really good too. I might just go for that. Well, no. Considering the size of the pool, I think I'm gonna just stick with vitality. Doesn't really get better than that. I'm not gonna try to touch that. And then we need physical fire. I definitely need this to go as high as it can because I don't have any other elemental damage really. There you go. And evasion for multi-shot damage. Oh wow. There we go. Okay, what have we not done? 9.5. I'll deal with that. I guess the real question now is, do I want to... I can technically get better. I have better boots. These are really good boots. Do I try to go for a better boot here? Pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only augment 5 anyway. 6. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, let's do that. Try it. Oh, nice. Okay. I can roll with that. I can ride with that. I was not expecting that to roll like it did that quickly. That means I can do that into this. The preferable thing to do anyway. Okay. Now I gotta, oops. Gotta check out my skills too. Alright, what we got here? Ballistic Vitality. A little better rolling that. Rolling that. Multi-shot. Chair. %. We'll roll with that. That's fine. Okay, so now, moment of truth. I have to. We're gonna do one ethereal here, or custom primal and see if we get something good. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. We have one shot and that's it. Or maybe 2. No, I think just 1. Alright, what we get? Oof. The intel. Does that actually, wait, does that give me enough? I need 110, right? Not 100. I think it's 110. No, 100. Okay, so I have one more chance. All right, because I salvaged a bad one. All right, let's see what happens. And oof. Same thing. All right, just as bad. Actually, you know what we can do? Actually, no. We can do one more. We can do one more. But it means we have to salvage the Bariza. I think. Yep. Okay. So I can do one more if I salvage my primal Bariza. I won't be using it anymore this year. So we're done. All right. Goodbye, Bariza. Ballista. You were great, but we gotta get this. Come on, come on, can we get it? Third try. And strafe projectiles. Ugh. Okay. Alright, we tried. Like I'm stuck with a mediocre material. Where is it? This one. Is it worth to aug up to go higher for better XP? If you're not going to take, if you're not going to do much more with God 6, if you're just going to transition to your wizard, I wouldn't do it. I would just keep doing 120 sub 2 minutes and just keep doing it that way. Honestly. Because at some point, once your wizard is geared, you can kind of start farming XP with your wizard and do well with that too. So it just depends on how long you're going to play. Like, if you're going to play for a while, maybe you want to augment your god, but like, if the purpose is to transition to your wizard, I probably wouldn't do it. Or if you're going to aug, I would just like, well, I don't know. I would say no still. Because 2 minute 120s is just fine. Like, that's still like really good. Okay, so all right, so we're not completely done yet. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We're gonna I'm gonna keep my squares the way it is. Don't care. F it. And then we're gonna try to reforge this into something. I forgot I had some souls left. Okay, can we get something better? Like it's been so bad. That's a DML. No Arsenal full broadside. Full broadside. Actually, this one is better than this one. Well, not really. Yeah, really, actually. Huh. Okay, well, we'll still do this. Maybe we'll get lucky. Just maybe. Custom engineering. Actually, this would have been great for cluster era. We're not doing cluster anymore. We're done. Come on. Give me something better. Okay. All right. So all well on that. Okay. So now we costs. Of course you'd be here for this. Don't get your hopes up though, because I'm not gonna do like a major, like an omega push thing. Just enough to where I'm satisfied. But yes. What up, cause? As far as this thing. Yeah. My gears. We got 256. Capital board, what's up, man? Good luck. No one's so like no one was like really pushing in the UE, so like I don't, at least on the part that I'm, there was like one guy I think that did something. It was like a 143, which I mean that's beatable. Probably not with my gear, but if I had like a ridiculously good map, maybe. He was at 135. I'm talking about like for the solo self found. There's somebody who did like a 143 on that, which is cool. But I don't think that was like a serious attempt either. Like it was one of those things where it's kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna try a couple of times, and then that's kind of that's kind of really it. But I'm gonna use my whatchamacallit. I'm gonna use my gems from my other sets because this is the end. So we'll throw that. Cool. So that's augmented. Augmented. It's 3 augments. Or five.
I won't judge.
6. One more. See what we got for oh, you. I was wondering what happened to the other thing. The over. Wait. This. Seven. My amulet's pretty terrible. Those are I. All right, this is the best we can do, guys. So this is what we send it with. All right, full broadside. I kind of forgot what my resources is gonna be like. Cool. Special recipe is what I did here. Configuration. Almost forgot about that. First tumble. I think we went dark hard, did we not? All the way push. Probably. Oh, throw the hunt. I forgot about that. Throw the hunt. Steady ambush. I have call the week on the weapon, so I could go archery. No, no, hell no. I forgot it's bow. Number trips actually might be the better thing if I'm trying to keep my squares up with the fortress, but I also have shitty great chance, so I feel like I'm gonna run out of well. Forgot about forgot about the cube. I'm like, oh yeah, X-Men fans. Duh.
Maxroll those fine morals.
I see O2 is playing season teams, normal mode. Usually he plays SFF. I mean, basically the majority of my time has like 95% of my time has been SSF. I just started pretty late. And so when I started pretty late, I didn't feel like just leveling the way like that way anymore. So I jumped in with some friends, Kill 'Em All and Machine. I haven't played with them forever too. So it was one of those things where it's like, you know, I don't play D3 much, and therefore I don't really see them much because of it. And I was like, you know, why don't I just jump in with them? And so I did that. So, and again, keep in mind, at this point, none of this is ultra serious. This is just for some side fun. So, if I was like planning on doing this for like an entire season or something like that, or I won't say entire season, but like maybe about a month, I probably would have stuck with solo self-found like I normally do. So yeah, I think this is it. Also need my glove. There we go. Got cooldown. That yeah. All right. So how many keys we got? All right, plenty for a casual push. Triple checking all the stuffs. Okay. And yeah, all right. All right, guys, YOLO. Well, we'll just jump to a 140. See what that feels like. Do I normally PoE? No. D4 is my main game. I do play some PoE too, like a little bit of it. This is a terrible mob type. But I kind of want to use, I do want to practice run, so.
Your fear betrays you. I must wait longer.
I can get about 12 shots before I have to use my generator.
Sweet revenge.
That's the one where you have to buy 2 expansions and don't even get a base game. The first expansion actually did come with the base game. Or there was a deal with it for some time. All right, so I feel fine. Resources is okay. That was just a really shitty mob type.
Look like you could use a new item of indeterminate.
$30 for the pony cosmetic. Oh, you mean it's not even the base game? Okay, I got you.
Let's see what happens.
Fair. Get the fish? Oh yeah.
I wish you luck, hero.
Let me also make sure I'm not missing anything too. Because knowing me, there's always something. All res, all my stuff there. I didn't feel like I was in any danger. My resources were fine. Hate the map, like the mob type. Yeah, 140 would be easy on a good map. This yellow doesn't want to follow. Yeah, this yellow does not want it. Like, it's literally just this dude, I swear. Also something in my eye too. My stutter stepping's a bit rusty. I haven't had to do it in so long. The fact that the yellow's like dying, I'm like not even like a third of the way through. Tells me I have more. This is not hard at all on a proper map. That's something in my eye. Yeah. All right. I won't waste any more of my time on this map. I'm warmed up. The build look tank. It's. I wouldn't necessarily call it a tank. It's just that I'm also like not getting hit much. All the stutter stepping allows me to kind of like not take a lot of damage at all. So I can keep my squirts up with the shield. Like the shield isn't gonna be able to take that many hits, but if I only get pegged a few times, then it's fine. Come on. Honestly, with the way I'm playing right now, fire would actually be better. But I digress. Lost my squirts. Lost my squirts again. Lots of hiccups right here. Where's my rest of my whatchamacalls? Oh, okay. I was gonna say I'm like that yellow didn't follow. I kill enough to get even like spawn a pylon. So I'll just take whatever I can have here. Actually, I didn't go far enough to reveal the spot up in at the top, so maybe I can get some more Tomb Guardian spawns to kind of help me out a little bit. You, sir. Oof. Oh, there's a lot more up here. Okay. I thought it was like shorter. But the yellow's not gonna follow. I do want to go back and try to pull that other yellow, but There's one more orbit to get from that minion, so I did want to pull it. Not where I want the power pylon to be, but, but alright. You know what? I think I might make an executive decision here. So I guess I can go back and try to grab that yellow so I can get 3 kills, I guess, with the power pylon. That's probably what I'll do. But there's no way it's gonna last long enough. Okay, he's too far. He's farther down than I thought. Yeah. That was not the play to make. Actually, let's see what's happening on the next map. Oh, well, never mind anyway. Never mind. I need to be more piggy. I can't be playing the mess I'm playing with the full broadside. This is fun though. Definitely my favorite set to play by far. You know what I didn't do? You know what? I didn't think about this. As much as I always go Hex and Pants, did I not save one? I didn't save one. Primordial something helm would actually be really good here. And I'm gonna have to worry about smoke screen so much. I can go wolf. That'd be like roughly. The Hex and Pants is like. And then I have better resource management on the Rift Guardian too that way. I'd have a lot more toughness, so my shield almost never drop. It's funny because there's so many. I've gotten so many of that helm, and did not decide to save not a single one of them. Because I was so frustrated because I kept getting it like over and over again. Prize fall, there we go. Yeah. Because then I would just go wolf here at this point. So, but technically speaking, having prize fall will give me considerably more toughness. And my shield will like never, I mean, literally never drop. And of course, the boss won't be as bad because then I'm not worried about like resource issues on the boss because I will like I have to like generate quite a bit, but with prize fall, I won't need to do that. So I think that actually might be that should be the play. Normally I don't do that, but but with that being said, though, I don't have any gems. So I can't like switch to God 6 or anything. We're gonna have to farm with UE, I guess. I guess it's not like the worst thing in the world. I forgot what I need to do to Arden recipe. Hmm. I mean, this doesn't be perfect or anything, but I don't want to be like slow either. Let's go with. I think I actually did not get rid of. Did I get rid of that obsidian ring? Did not. All right, so we'll do obsidian. I might have a Stoner Jordan left, don't I? I do. Obsidian reading, Stoner Jordan. We can do one. All right, that works. You also play D2R? Nah. I didn't grow up playing Diablo 2, so I don't. Unfortunately, I don't really get that, nostalgia that most do. I started with D3. In terms of my action RPG journey. Let's see. Probably gonna need more than this, but Act 3. Is that I forgot about this whole Forge and Battle thing. I haven't done this one in a while. Play the new Warlock in the expansion of D2R. Yeah, they've done a lot of good things with that. This update with D2R is I've heard has been really, really good. I still can't believe I didn't save a fast fall. I'm like so sad about that. 'Cause I did so many attribute bounties for the other ring or whatever. Like for the ring that I mean like I don't know, like 10 of them dropped. Didn't even save one. Also, with that being said, I actually might just jump with fire too, if that's the case. Because if I can get my squares up like that, and I have better fire gear, It's Act 3, yeah. I'll focus mine. I don't really need a discipline. Also, I do get one more extra pass. I guess fire actually wouldn't be too bad then. 'Cause I can actually use ambush with fire now. As the 5th passive. What is the far under bridge? This album by Nas is so underrated.
I must wait longer.
To be honest, I do miss actually like farming like this with Yui though. Although this is not like a nowhere near the appropriate setup because I have a generator here for no reason, but still.
Sweet revenge. I am returning to town.
And what I got, Asmodan. I guarantee you a bit like it's gonna. I'm about to do quite a few bounties because the game knows what I want. So it's not gonna give it to me.
Your fear betrays you. I am returning to town.
All right, let's see what we get. I knew it. Boost dagger. Don't do this to me, game. Don't do this to me. You should better buy GR keys for the. Oh, you mean like convert? What you guys doing, Killamon? Yeah, it's not letting me. It's like bugging out. I can't even leave party. Can I leave party because operation? Okay, never mind. All right, let's see if this does it. Yay, we got it. Thanks, Kill. Yeah, it'd be nice to actually be able to convert. Yeah, I would. Yeah, because that would give DBs another purpose. Like DBs are great early on, or great for like very, very specific weapons like a impale dagger because there's only 2 knives or whatever. But past that point, though, like they just collect because it just takes so long to upgrade rares. If you can upgrade rares faster to and to legendaries, I think DBs will have a lot more value. But it takes forever. God, it takes forever to upgrade one freaking rare in the queue. Okay.
Not quite.
There we go. Or actually, So I'm gonna equip. We're gonna actually change out the amulet here. I forgot we do get a 5th passive, so I guess fire wouldn't be that bad. I know I have a fire amulet. Don't mess with me. Mess with me. I know I had one. There it is. All right. Still in like mediocre, but better than what I had. 46%. I do have primordial though, so I guess that's fine. Not primordial. Price swap. Why do I keep calling it primordial for? I'm thinking primordial ashes, right? Yeah, so those two things happen. We'll do this here. This to arsenal. Singled out for ballistics. Call the week. Other amulet stuff. Okay. Oh, and I guess we'll do wolf. Go for some of the damage we lost. And let's take off this belt because the price fall effect to come up. Yeah, we should be good. I go with focus though. Oh, yeah, let's go with focus. Actually, no. Stick with harden. Let's make sure that that show never drops. All right, there we go. Same things. Orc's Dream. Lost my squares already. Really? Yeah, I get hit by the fireball on the drop. Come on, we can do better than that. Another drop is of squirts. Not good. I can't find the yellow. It's like somewhere in there. Ow. Let's bring those two yellows down to the power pylon. Maybe I really should small screen. Maybe it was doing more than I thought it was. Now that I don't have it. Oh, there's a blue and a yellow. Okay, they didn't even come at all. I'm gonna wait until my event just comes back up before I take it. There we go. I see the channeling up there. I should have grabbed it. Guess I could. Well, that's like chunky. A double kill. Yeah, screw y'all. Next map. We got left shield and conduit. At this point, it doesn't really matter though. Oh, okay. Well, give me a free conduit, why don't you? You won't say no to that. Sure, Duncan, what's up, man? Oof, that hurt. Should have keyed in like a 144 with this this map. This run. Yes. Even with price falls, kind of.
My hatred is too low. Need more hatred. We must wait.
Ow. Ow.
My hatred is too low.
My hatred. Stricken kicking in. Okay. I guess we'll upgrade the stricken. Surprised I actually lost my grace as much as I did. Maybe I really do need to get rid of Wolf and go back to special recipe. Yeah, enjoyable. I love playing Yui, man. Or Jenga. Oh, he went Nats. I know that puts me at. Okay. Where do I want to go? I want to. 144 is such a big jump, though. But a map like that, it should be possible. Actually, you know what I need to do though? Maybe we need to the different go more so resource cost. That'll help. Working on your final fish for 150? No, I am not doing the 150. No, not on Yui. Not with this Paragon and gear. It's just my final set. That's all. Wait, why am I? What? Pull down now. A lot of Tomb Guardians. Two ghost packs, not ideal. Any ghost packs are not ideal. We can move on to after. I don't know yet. I don't know yet. This is bad. This is bad. Those phantoms really make it hard to keep my squares up. Right, we got the shield pylon. Does that help? Bringing them down to the Tomb Guardians is going to help a ton. Oof. Did not see that coming. You're gonna hurt. Yep. Speed pylon. So I go ahead and take it. feel like some of these guys aren't following, but there's 3 yellows here. I know I'm taking a lot of time on this, so. Alright, come on. Good. Oh, come on, don't stop not following. Come on. The knockback isn't helping. What a weird place to get a conduit. I guess it will finish off those 2 yellows though. Get this 1 yellow over here. And kind of can get him there. Dude, you were doing so well following earlier. What happened to you? You 2 up here. Oh, screw it. We'll take it. We just take yellow. It's kind of a waste of 10 seconds on a conduit. Oh, this is such a good map too. The only way this is gonna happen is if I get a power for the boss. I don't know, maybe if I can get enough scores uptime and lots of mobs, maybe I can pull this off. Actually, a channeling would have to be quite helpful too, but definitely a power is what I want. Wow, the amount of damage I'm actually doing to these blues are it's quite good. Channeling. Oh man. There's a 50% chance to either be channeling or power. I'm gonna get to the channeling. Just hope for that my stricken carries at the boss, or carries enough. Lost my squirts. Come on, kill the blue. Okay, where with Rift Guarding did we get? Blood Maw. Okay, this actually might be possible. Still got some channeling left. Surprised I'm doing this with fire too. I can't take that hit. I know I can't. Without losing squirts. Come on, Stricken. Start kicking in. Nah, I gotta. Yes. An event. Yeah, we got it, I think. Yeah, we got this. One try, actually, I think. Was this one try on the 144? Yeah, it was his first try on the 144. First attempt.
My pack is full.
God, Yui feels so good to play.
You have a gem?
Oh, that definitely would have been faster right? If that channeling was a power pylon. 50% chance to be either channeling or power in the road channeling. Not mad at it. I mean, it is what it is, but all right. So that actually does put me at top UE of the server though, which is what I was kind of aiming for. In terms of both solo season and just regular season. The 140, 130, 144, yeah. Ice is 143 on this. I mean, he's easily gonna beat that. Don't get me wrong. He's gonna go back and be like, "What? Someone's actually pushing with UE. Hold on, hold my beer." But I'm not gonna be playing like that to go back and forth. Back in the old days, I would, but not this time. I might try to go for the 145. I think I do need the correct pylons though for that. I'm being smug, really. Nah, man. Like the real OG. I'm gonna say OG, but well, I guess you could say OG. The guy who used to like seriously push UE multi-shot was in the channel earlier today. Most people here don't know who Koss was, but Koss was the real deal. He was a real deal. So like I said, is 150 on God. Yeah, you can. It's possible. Someone already did, but it was done by Harry Botter. Of course, check the name, Botter. But yeah, I mean you can. You're gonna want more Paragon though to do it with. That entanglement shot one thing though. I was thinking about actually making an attempt to do this, to do it with this, like this way, because I totally could get the 150 if I did that way. But I don't really want to play much more. Real Ninja Power. How was up, man? I haven't seen you around a bit. Well, I mean, I haven't seen you around a bit because I haven't been playing in a bit. No conduit, no shields, no orc. Yeah, I mean, you can stretch God 6 to do like, I mean, right now at my Paragon with God 6, I did 147, and that wasn't like the most optimal map either. But I could probably do it at around like 25 on the Paragon probably with like the optimal map. But the problem with God 6 is that there's so much shit that just pisses you off when pushing or whatever, that it just makes it very not fun to push with at all. Yeah, 147 for your guns, etc., and playtimes for your damn GG. Who the heck is Harry Potter though? The person right above you. Literally the person in chat right now. That's who Harry Potter is. I didn't know it was him until he got in the chat. I like my UE clear though. At the 144. I might attempt to do a 145 because that 144 was like one key. I'll give it about I don't know, maybe about an hour's worth of attempts. If I don't get it, then oh well, Orc's Dream. We'll see. And with fire. I mean, this mod type is decent, but like, not what I prefer for this, for my setup here. Lost course. Not sure if that was worth. Okay, bring the yellow down. Is he gonna follow though? My stutter step is a little rusty too as well. I haven't done it in so long. At least not in this sense. Power. It's sad because that one yellow isn't following. And at this point, there's no. It's like a waste of time to go back and try to get him. I think the blue is barely following. Oof, that hurt.
I must wait longer.
Bring the yellow down, maybe?
I must wait longer.
Too bad the others didn't like come up and follow me.
Not ready.
I feel like it's gonna be like a rip of an Oryx dream now. Okay, there's how many? Oh, okay, he's actually coming over. Okay, that's actually good news, kind of. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna power. No, that's my squirts.
I must wait longer. Please, you build.
Oh, I'm Juggernaut, that's why. Alright, so power is gone, and this is where I'm at. I gotta hope for like a baller mob to happen on the next map. Squirt's uptime has been rather good, until I said it. Until I actually mentioned it. Yeah.
You won't survive that.
Yeah. Yeah. I kind of want to rip this. I don't want to spend all my time trying to do that. Oh, the Coonies. Actually, that actually would have been okay. Rip Dream though, right? I didn't like that mob type though anyway.
I wish you luck, hero.
At least not with UE.
Enemies of the Nephilim are coming.
You know what mob I have not seen all this time though? Val Swarms. I haven't seen Val Swarms in like forever. I really want Porcupines though. That's my favorite. What we got here? Some Transformers, okay. Lots of Transformers actually. And 4 elites at the start. I'll do that.
I must wait longer.
Ow. Trying to wait for him to transform. I don't kill him on accident. Alright, now we get serious.
We must wait longer. We must wait longer.
I got a lot of things that don't want to follow. That's not good. Being stubborn. Oops.
We must wait longer. I wish I could do that.
Oh, we'll go the other way. Ugh. Misclick. I don't even know if I have them all. But like the fixes are getting kind of thin, so I don't know if I drag them all. I think I'm missing a yellow. We'll go this way. I'm about to find somewhere to pick up that yellow again on the other side. Also, that blue didn't die? Okay, I was going to say, I'm like, on that blue for a while. Ah, speed.
I must wait longer. I must wait longer.
Ugh. There's that yellow. Okay, I was like, I knew I was missing a yellow. He's not gonna follow. Let's rip also. Speed pylons first.
I need to go back.
You know what? I'm gonna let me jump to physical. How's your hands? Normal. I've learned how to like relax in between each shot, so like my hands don't really tire like that. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like between like each click, I'm like loosening my like hand, like my muscles in my hands a lot. I learned that from like drumming for a bit. I teach my kids the same thing. I just want to see what the difference is going to be with physical.
I wish you luck, hero.
Getting sore? I'm good.
Enemies of the Nephilim await. Are you ready?
I had 2 releases, just wouldn't follow, which was kind of weird. I would have taken that speed pylon and I probably would have caught up, but it's only if those 2 yellows would have followed. Right. Conduit at the start. Okay. It's weird. I have no idea how on this big ass map I'm gonna get mobs. We saw it back to the conduit. I'll give it a shot though. Let's see what I can find some.
I must wait longer.
Yeah, my bow sucks though. It really does. I tried to. I really tried to get me a better bow. Alright. There's no more elites around. I got an early conduit with 1 elite. 2 elites actually, okay. So I guess I can get 3. Yeah, actually we're not even gonna do this. I don't know what I was thinking. If I had like maybe 4 or 5 at the start, I would have made the attempt and then try to go to the next floor. Thanks, Power. LeBron James comes in and kind of says a lot of the same things too.
I wish you luck, hero. Are you ready? Then you'll try. Brave the rifts, and you.
Oh man. Did he get it banned? Ooh, my favorite mob type. Come on, let's make something of this.
I must wait longer.
fishes for or dreams for 10 hours straight. That doesn't surprise me. Looking at like the way he does some of his clears or whatever, or some of his clears that he gets, it's kind of like there's no way. I won't say no way, but like I always kind of wonder the kind of maps he get. If I can get the rest of those trash to come follow. They're like lots of they're worth lots of XP. Progress. A knockback doesn't help. Ugh. That was actually really good value right there because I kept my squirts up during that exchange. Too bad this yellow is not following me. Yo, stop eating the dude. Come find me. Jeez. Yeah, all this time, it's since the beginning of this rift, right? To be eating the dude. Alright. Chill. Oh, these guys are getting stuck. This mob type. Appreciate the follow. Oh, I probably shouldn't have vaulted that way. He is not following. Alright. I'm not gonna waste my time on him, but these guys down here. Got some really derpy mobs this run, man. He doesn't want to follow. The other dude doesn't want to follow. Like this whole rift is so ugly. This is it's just such ugly play. But it's not really much I could have done about it though. Yeah, that was a good play. Jeez, man. Like I can't. Like, I'm pretty sure I haven't spawned in a pylon yet, so I'm not gonna get any help until. They're all over there and they don't want to come over. Let's go ahead and rip this. I love the mob type. Love the map. He at least did not want to follow. They're getting stuck. Alright, Duncan. See you, man. Also, kind of want to just do it with fire. I think I have the just enough damage to do it with fire if I get the right situation. Alright. Got it. Or extreme. Mob type is decent. I just kind of rip this because they're not gonna follow, so. Go ahead and get some early progress before I jump. This was actually kind of worth. This is very unorthodox, but it's a payoff later, hopefully. Okay, there we go. Got lots of little trash here that I don't kind of stick around for. Especially these guys over here. Ooh, that hurt. I think I bring these guys down this time. A lot of.
It's just a taste. I must wait longer. Still waiting. I wish I could do that.
Look at my squares too often.
I wish I could do that. Need more time.
Come on.
I must wait longer. Your fear betrays you. Still waiting. Need more time. Still waiting.
One 1%. It's that not. There we go. Okay, so we did get a pylon. Now I gotta pull.
Not ready yet. Need more time.
Oh, there's a speed pylon. Let's go ahead and grab that too, I guess. When did I spawn that?
Sweet revenge. I wish I could do that.
Like I don't have like everything I wanted over for grabbing the power. Speed didn't really help me out like I want. The hungry torsos aren't gonna follow. Oh, okay, I need to like get everything if I wanna make some progress. I think everything is up here. I think. I'm gonna spread out still a little bit, but I don't know how well this is gonna go because I can't get the blues down. They come from down there. Okay, I'm gonna wait until I get Vigis again. And I guess we pop it now. Come on. Yeah, power is gone, and I kill like maybe 2 elites, 2.5 elites. These mob types are so stubborn. Had I had a proper follow, this would have been easier. That I'm stuck with this. So I'm gonna try Hail Mary here. As I'm like, I'm gonna try to clean this up, even though it's most cases this isn't really worth. If I can clean it up and like spawn a condo in the next floor or something, this can be possible still. But outside of that, no. Some squirts. Oh, now they want to follow in line. There's so many elites left here. Alright, maybe not. Yeah, that's taking too long. I might have spawned a pylon, I don't know. I'm getting to the point where that's probably not gonna matter now. Definitely spawn a Palmon for sure now. But I'm so like far behind the. Oh, it is a conduit. But yeah. Too late though. Dude, if those things would have followed better. I'm just curious to see what the Rift Garden is gonna be. Who was it? Oh, this would have been, yeah. We could have gotten it. Oh well.
I am returning to town.
The mod type was so freaking. Well, the mod type wasn't bad, but the elites, jeez, did not want to follow. Hey, fatties. And the first blues are not gonna follow. Gotta bring them to the blues. Why? Okay, I got them in the mix somehow. Hopefully they'll stick with me. It's a pretty nice clump though. No, I lost my squirts. First time this run. Got greedy right there. Alright, bring them back over. So far, we're actually doing kind of good here. What happens when mobs cooperate? Go pylon. It's probably the one, definitely the one mob type I wouldn't want shield on. That's okay. Kind of forced to bring everything to this pylon. I'm feeling the Elise are like some Elise are in the whatchamacallit, the corridor and the okay, grab you guys, come up. Where you going? I need that blue. Thank you. Trying to get as much as I can on this map because God, Lord knows what's going to be on the next map. was trying to pull all the stuff down towards the entrance or the exit. Come on, get some value here. Alright, still got some fatties along with this. Okay, this is still kind of worth. Yeah, if I can get a conduit on the next floor, we got this. Only if we get a conduit on the next floor, though. Power actually might be able to do it too, depending on how good the next floor is. I knew there was another thing right on the side. Just knew it. A shitty map, but speed. GG. If that was a conduit, we would have had it. Probably not a good idea, but we're gonna do it. I get a little ballsy. The mount type. Stream. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, this mod type is... Sure, we'll do it. Hopefully it's more lacunis than the other thing, but we'll see. sure they all kind of follow me still. Kind of lost my flow when I tried to go back to see if I got everything. That's okay. Ow. I don't think that yell's gonna follow him. I got a trash. Time to keep going.
Need more time.
Probably should have kept my diamonds. I should have been as ballsy, but I have more squares up time.
Not ready yet.
I got a bunch of I got the almost the whole map of elites over here. I'm running out of trash, so I'm having a hard time actually getting any progress. Kind of sort of a problem with this mob type on this map. Yeah. I should have cut the diamonds in for sure. Alright, well, don't do that again. It's like the first time I think I've died. These I got left. 222. Oh, I should have like put the mob type. Just in there gonna fall. I'm gonna go ahead and get some quick progress here. If I can. I should thought I would have gotten more kills quicker up here. Oh well. Misjudged this pretty horribly. Oh, they're not gonna follow. Yep, just like I said. Rip. Fatties. Okay, we'll try this. An early yellow. Not enough trash fatties. Got debated. Now they're getting stuck.
I must wait longer. I must wait longer.
Oh, nice. Actually, I was not expecting that. Felt like I was way behind. Can I bring another? No. Okay. We won't risk. We'll just go ahead and take.
Need more time.
I'm gonna get a little weaker actually, so I can kind of get some value on the next map. Some trash mobs.
I must wait longer.
Oh, wow, that hurt.
Still waiting.
About half of my zapping power.
Please, you failed. I must wait longer.
I can get these two pretty low with some zap. Come on. Come on. Might be enough trash to kind of make this worth it still though. No, never mind. I'm at the end. Man, if I could have gotten those two, it'd be down to it. We'll just kill the trash. Actually, we still got speed pile on. You might be able to do something with this.
Need more time. I must wait longer.
Probably not. Nope. And terrible map.
I must wait longer.
And terrible mob type.
I need to go back.
I get a few more tries.
Unleash your power, champion. Embrace your power. Enemies of the Nephilim.
It's crazy how much easier than 144 was. But I think if I would have keyed in the 144, 145 with the map I had on 144, even though I didn't have a conduit, I could have did it too.
Then your triumph. Embrace your power, and you will. Many Nephilims have stood where you are now. You succeed. Unleash.
Transformers? If I can get enough Transformers. There's a lot of them right there. That's a lot of transform. We should be able to do something with this. I take a while before I kill anything, but not looking trying to get pounds in this map anyway. Those berserkers hit hard. Flesh vault. Ooh, like, dude charged me right in my face. He actually did a pretty decent job killing off the, what I had there. Too bad I think I gotten most of the transformers now. Oh no, there's still some lingering. Oh, that yellow's not gonna follow. Shield pommel. Kind of a power play should I do here? Shield doesn't really give me much value at all in this setup, unfortunately. Because I already have squirts up a lot of the time. Yeah, my shield's gone. Come on. Oh, lost course. Trying to stay there. Surprised I'm actually kind of keeping I knew that wasn't gonna follow. You know what? Let's try the next map. Hopefully I didn't spawn any pylons on that floor on accident. It's terrible. They would like that been pounded over power. This is a rip. I'm just trying to see what I can make of it. Can I keep even with the clock? There's a blue. See, man, this is the floor I needed it to be. Oh well. There you go, not spinning. Yeah. I was only spinning for the first 2 hours, and then the last 3 was mostly pushing.
You look like you could use a new item of indeterminate usefulness.
Physical. I wonder if I should do number traps or. It's gonna be a long recording anyway, so. Numbing traps. See if I can. Or it's just a little long. There's a yellow up there that I apparently doesn't want to follow. You rerolled? Mm-hmm. Gotta get this yellow to follow. Have to go up because he's not gonna want to go that other way. But they only had one elite this entire time. Before, not good. Speed pylon. Got that one yellow that I haven't killed. He was following for a good bit and then just kind of chose not to anymore. I am out of trash mobs, and it is showing. Yeah, I need to get first pylon. Speed and I guess to a lesser extent shield isn't gonna cut it. So channeling conduit or power basically. You may sell stuff on Monk. Oof. Terrible mob check.
Prove yourself worthy. Are you strong enough?
And then they put this.
Embrace your power and are you strong enough to survive the trial? Enemies of the Nephilim surround you. Many Nephilims have stood where you are now. Embrace your power.
These maps. Yeah, I have gotten some good maps with some decent mob types here. Bow swarms. First time I got the bow swarms this entire time I've been playing D3 this season. We're pushing. A shitty map though. Jesus. I'm gonna try to kill, get some bow swarm kills and then move on. Crunk song for a push. What up, Avanash? Avanash. Well, actually, no. What? Wow. Okay. That hurt. I was just trying to get some Valswarm values. No, I'm knowing that I'm not gonna get like a pylon or any real like. Although, strategy's not working out for me though. Look at how much that hurt. All the boss ones are dead. Okay. Yeah, man, this is like a open. This is like a true open map, man. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I didn't bring anything with me because I didn't think I was gonna get a pylon on this map. Just trying to get. There's no way I'm gonna be able to go back and pull everything. Oh, this is so bad. Such a long way to go too. Maybe I have an idea. Maybe we'll continue to take out the trash. There's no way I'm gonna be able to pull all that back, unfortunately. I got the trash still a little bit, and then so bad, so bad. Appreciate the follow. One time I did not want to conduit this early. I get it. Wow. Man, this is not. If this was any other like open map, that would have been great. That probably would have been a run too. I tried to strat, it didn't work out. I'm doing all right. I'm getting tired now though, a little tired for sure. Forgot how exhausting pushing can be. But we actually got a really good UE clear, a nice 144 with fire actually. No conduit. So if I end that way, I'm actually okay. That. I don't like this map. I don't like this mob type actually. We can go somewhere else. Our graveyard. Don't want to be here either. Still really? Okay. Screw that.
I need healing. Unleash your power, champion. Embrace your power.
Again. Okay. Well. Really? Yeah, okay, Valswarmers. We can do this. Took skipping 2 floors. All my discipline is like gone. Play catch up. Alright, now it's time to pull them up. Come on. Probably a lot of boss forms that I'm following down here. Probably not enough. Good mob type, this is not enough for them. They don't want to follow. I guess I also keep getting pushed back or pushed around. Alright, one more chance. One more try. Okay. Let's go. Oh, please come. Please follow. Please follow. I'm not gonna follow. Freaking. Whoa, that hurt.
No, I will not do that.
Those blues not following really hurt. They really hurt. Especially now that I got the pylon. Oh, the mother's not gonna follow. That's not enough. Oh, I didn't mean to take it actually. That's an accidental flick. And I have my benches up too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it. Yeah. We had a few okay attempts. And then we had a nice 140 and a nice 144 that we went for. But to be honest, probably the 144 with fire is probably a little bit more impressive anyway. Considering. So we'll leave it at that. Yeah. And what did I have? Prize fall. And my physical gear is actually quite bad. So not too much I can do there. But with that being said, that is my D3 journey for this season. Probably not sure what I'm gonna do until the expansion of D4. If I find a game I like to stream, I will stream it. If not, it'll kind of be you'll see me on and off, not as much as you have with the D3, of course. But this has been fun. I miss actually compared to towers. I miss pushing pit. Not pit, sorry, GRs. GRs is considered more fun, even though they are frustrating too. Just nowhere near as frustrating as let's say towers are. But I have fun blasting the pass. Gonna raid out. I guess it doesn't have to necessarily be D4 this time or D3 this time. You can go to get you using hopefully. Yeah, I guess struggle in terms of like what else I may want to stream. D4 and D3s. I know I have audiences for those, but when it comes to like other games, it's kind of hard to remain interested and also like stream at the same. It's hard because like most of your audience won't be there for that for one. So I don't know where to go. Hmm. I don't know if I really want to send you guys to like D4 streamer or a stream, but most of my friends are offline. Gamer, what's going on? Hey, I haven't seen you in a bit, man. How you been? How you been, gamer? Playing Dead by Daylight. How are you enjoying that? Cope TV is around quite a bit, so we'll go to him. He is playing D4. Show him a little bit of love if you don't mind. Yeah. He's been around the community in general. But yeah, thanks for chilling and then sticking around for my week of Diablo 3. That was fun. If they don't override each other or conflict with each other, I'll probably do more D3 seasons in between. Diablo 3 still good? Yeah. Well, depending on the season. This season, yes, because it was ethereal, so it was definitely worth coming back to play for in my opinion. So, but yeah, enjoy Cope. I will see you sometime this week, probably. Hopefully, we'll see. But it's a God bless you. All right, but yeah, enjoy Cope. Appreciate you all, and as always, till next time.